Motion to go into closed session is permitted by the Open Meetings Act as found in the Annotated Code of Maryland, General Provisions Article 3-305, B1 and B7, to discuss the appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees, employees, or officials over whom it has jurisdiction, or any other personal matter that affects one or more specific individuals, and consult with counsel to obtain legal advice.
So moved. Dominowski.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second, Head.
Thank you. May I have a roll call vote,
Second,
please?
Head.
Dr. Savoy? Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Jaluski?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I now call to order the meeting of the Board of Education of Baltimore County for Tuesday, March 10th, 2026. I invite you to recite the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag to be led by Ms. Forsyth Ongambe. We will then have a moment of silence in recognition of those who have served education in Baltimore County. Thank you. Tonight's Board of Education meeting is being broadcast through the BCPS online live meeting broadcast and on BCPS-TV, Xfinity Channel 1073, and Verizon Fios Channel 34. In order to efficiently conduct this meeting, all voting items this evening will be done by roll call vote. The first item on the agenda is the consideration of the March 10th agenda. Dr. Rogers, are there any additions or changes to tonight's agenda?
I am unaware of any changes to tonight's agenda.
Thank you. Hearing none, the agenda stands as presented. Earlier this evening, the board met in closed session pursuant to the Open Meetings Act for the following reasons: to discuss the appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees, employees, or officials over whom it has jurisdiction, or any other personnel matter that affects one or more specific individuals, and consult with counsel to obtain legal advice. The closed session summary and the open session information summary can be found on board docs under this board meeting agenda date. The next item on the agenda is personnel matters, and for that I call on Mr. McCall. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair Lichter, Superintendent Dr. Rogers, members of the board. I'd like the board's consent for the following personnel matters. Tonight we have retirements, resignations, leaves, and educator licensure appointments.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the personnel matters as presented in Exhibits D1 through D4?
So moved, Stoleski.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Thank you. Any discussion? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Dr. Savoy,
Yes.
Mr. McMillian,
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski,
Yes.
Ms. Henn,
Yes.
Ms. Frempong, Ms. Ogumbe,
Yes.
Ms. Stoleski,
Yes.
Ms. Lichter.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is administrative appointments, and for that I call on Dr. Rogers.
Madam Chair Lichter and members of the board, I am bringing forward the following administrative appointments for your approval. Principal, Franklin Middle School; Principal, Sandwood Elementary School; and Specialist, Board Certified Behavior Analyst, Department of Special Education.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the administrative appointments as presented in Exhibit E1?
So moved, Pumphrey.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second, Young.
Thank you. Any discussion? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Dr. Savoy,
Yes.
Mr. McMillian,
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski,
Yes.
Ms. Henn,
Yes.
Ms. Ms. Ogumbe,
Yes.
Ms. Stoleski,
Yes.
Ms. Lichter.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Rogers?
Yes, thank you. Our first appointment this evening, and I think we have some slides.
Yep.
Thank you, is Kimberly Magginson. Please stand, be recognized. Kimberly Magginson is attending this evening with her husband Bryant and father Herb Fisher. She's being appointed as the principal at Franklin Middle School. With 25 years of service with Baltimore County Public Schools, Kimberly's prior experiences include mathematics teacher at Woodlawn Middle, Old Court Middle, and Windsor Mill Middle Schools, and assistant principal at Ridgely Middle School. Congratulations. Our next appointment is Megan Orth. Please stand to be recognized. Megan is attending this evening and is being appointed as the Specialist Board Certified Behavior Analyst in the Department of Special Education. With 12 years of service, Megan's experiences include education coordinator assistant, inclusion therapist, lead therapist, teacher and day coordinator for the New England Center for Children, and supervising behavior analyst and center director with Little Leaves Behavioral Services. Congratulations and welcome to BCPS. Final appointment for this evening is Brandon Proctor Mendez. Please stand to be recognized. Brandon is attending this evening with his husband, Jeffrey Proctor Mendez, and is being appointed as the principal of Sandalwood Elementary School. With 11 years of service with Baltimore County Public Schools, prior experiences include compliance specialist in the Office of Title I and assistant principal at Campville Early Childhood Center and Essex Elementary Schools. Prior to that, Brandon served as an elementary school teacher and McKinney-Vento liaison and ELL coordinator at Blackwater Community School. Congratulations.
Thank you, Dr. Rogers, and congratulations to all three of you. Our next item is public comment. This is one of the opportunities the board provides to hear the views and receive the advice of community members. If not selected to address the board, members of the public may submit their comments to the board members via email at boe@bcps.org. The Baltimore County Police Department's Homeland Security Unit and Office of School Safety has recommended safety and security protocols which are posted in the boardroom and available in board docs and on the board's participation by the public website. While we encourage public input on policy, programs, and practices within the purview of this board and this school system, this is not the proper forum to address specific student or employee matters or to comment on matters that do not relate to public education in Baltimore County. Inappropriate personal remarks or other behavior such as language that promotes violence against a BCPS employee or that disrupts or interferes with the conduct of this meeting are out of order and will not be tolerated. Persons who otherwise disrupt or disturb this meeting will not be allowed to continue their remarks and will be escorted from the meeting. Please observe the 3-minute clock, which will let you know when your time is up. The microphone will be turned off at the end of your time or prior to that time at the discretion of the board. So tonight we have individual citizens or students, and our first speaker is Janice Merriweather. Virtually? Okay. Okay. Our next speaker is Sharon Searhoff. Good evening.
Good evening. Everyone on this board knows how I feel about the budget that was just passed. So I'm going to paint you a picture of what I deal with from my clients every day and how that's going to change next year because class sizes are going to grow and students are going to have less support. I have a 3rd grader client who spends most of his time roaming around the classroom because Baltimore County has a standard concerning the amount of aides in the classroom. I have a client who has difficulty with the TH sound. There's a big difference when you say the word other and you say the word over. Yet, because the student is a 5th grader, Baltimore County standards say that even though there's a recommendation for him to have articulation on his IEP, he's no longer eligible because he's a 5th grader. I have a client who's in high school. His writing is not very legible. But we haven't been able to get occupational therapy services for said child since the 7th grade. All we can get is a consult, because again, Baltimore County standards say that he is not eligible. The purpose of an IEP is to make sure that a child's playing field, so to speak, is leveled so that they have the same chance of success as a non-disabled peer. When I ask for the paperwork of where the Baltimore County standards come from, we'll get them to you. We'll get them to you. I have yet to see the paperwork. I am trying my best to cooperate with this school district.
But they must have hung up on me.
Tracy to mute.
Oh my God.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, Miss Sarah.
I am trying very hard to work with this county and get what my clients need. But it's very difficult and very frustrating, and it makes a parent very anxious when their child can't get what they need because of some standard that I don't have a piece of paper for.
Thank you. We will try Miss Merriweather again. Miss Merriweather, are you online? What'd you say? Miss Merriweather, if you hit *6, you'll be able to speak to us. Miss Merriweather? Okay. I'm going to go on. The next speaker is Maria Dressbach, who's also virtual. Ms. Dressbach?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Maria Dreisbach. I am speaking today in reference to the Southeast Area Elementary Boundary Study. I'm a parent of a student at Chase Elementary and vice president of the PTA. I would like to clarify rumors that have been circulating so you all, as a board, can make a fully informed decision. First, there has been a myth that free backpacks distributed by Chase were funded through Title I or community school resources. The fact is that Chase Elementary PTA independently secured those donations. One year they were donated by Costco, another year they were donated by a local church. What has been very evident throughout this process is a reoccurring narrative from Oliver Beach Elementary that frames certain families as outsiders. That kind of thinking does not reflect the inclusive values our public school system should represent. It is also important to recognize that Oliver Beach has operated under capacity for years, using valuable resources for their benefit. And yet, the discussion has been, where are the funds coming from, and who should or should not attend that school? The reality is simple. Communities do not get to pick and choose who attends a public school. That responsibility rests with you, the Board of Education. Finally, there is a claim that community schools or Title I funding should be a deciding factor. Community school designations take years, and it's not guaranteed. While Chase is currently a Title I school, that status could or couldn't change at the conclusion of the study. Chase does not control these designations, and it should not be used as justification in this decision. I strongly urge the board to make an educational decision grounded in Baltimore County public school standards. Prolonging this decision will leave hundreds of families uncertain as to where they will attend school next year, not to mention the upcoming pre-K and kindergarten registration. I respectfully ask that you move forward with option B. At the end of the day, you're not going to please everyone, and this decision should not be driven by fear, rumors, or misinformation. It should be guided by fairness, facts, and what's best for all students in Baltimore County, not just one community with loud voices. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bash Farone.
Good evening. I heard that Dr. Rogers is retiring, and I really wish her well, wherever she would like to retire. I do, however, recommend retirement in Australia, very nice country, New Zealand, and wish her well wherever she chooses. I chose this for you. It's a very nice coffee shop in Timonium. Has been there since 1895. You go there and you will see the quality of the product and the people. And you come back. They make money, unlike the school system. They have accountants that look over, and if they are not really making money, if they are not really producing good products, they get questioned, they correct it, they fix it. You go there, you see lots of people, unlike looking how many people attend board meetings. Watch out, soon that you do the appointments, the place is empty, except for me and Sharon. So, comparing this with BCPS, we don't know what the product is. Well, actually, we know it's not really good. Whatever little improvement Dr. Rogers claimed that she has made cannot be trusted. It's not significant anyhow. And it is really important for you as Board of Education to choose the next superintendent, not based on color, not based on political orientation, relationship with General Assembly or anything else. It has to be a person who is qualified and who is independent, a person that speaks well, tells the truth. Honesty is the most important part in a superintendent. The fish changes from the head. You appoint someone that is not appropriate next time around. You will have the same result as the previous 5 or 6 superintendents. One after the other, the same way of thinking, the same way of bad results. It's time for a change.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Miss Amy Adams. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, everybody. Tonight I'm speaking on behalf of the Baltimore County Parent and Student Coalition. Dr. Rogers, we wanted to congratulate her on her 30-year career in education and wish her well in her retirement. To the remaining 10 board members, this is the 5th time in 14 years that you all are tasked with hiring someone to lead our system. There are long-term problems that preceded Dr. Rogers' tenure. Over the past 14 years, BCPS has experienced academic and enrollment declines, while budgets have steadily increased, placing undue burden on taxpayers without expected results. As with many aspects related to educating students, the system has celebrated its successes and downplayed its lapses. Despite progress in certain areas, generally data shows that an excessive number of students lack proficiency in vital subjects, and BCPS continues to allow students to leave with significant learning gaps that have gone untreated throughout their schooling. In the interest of the health, welfare, and future of this county, this situation cannot continue. Therefore, we are asking you to initiate a nationwide search for the next superintendent by engaging a reputable external search firm. As for the future, you must find an individual who is an experienced instructional leader with a record of systematic academic improvement. We will need someone who can lead the development and articulation of a plan to meet the needs and challenges of this county will face in the years to come. Someone who prioritizes the most important job of this district, students learning and achieving at high levels. We need someone who can articulate a clear plan, not just a vague mission statement. Someone who can direct administrators, monitor progress, and hold people accountable for results. We need someone who communicates openly with the community and sets measurable goals. For example, the majority of third graders will read proficiently by the end of the school year, and then ensures that these programs and resources are in place to achieve it. Someone who understands the role of technology but does not make instruction a slave to it, and someone who keeps children as the priority rather than pandering to the adults or political influence. You are on a short timeline, but it's not an impossible one. There are professional firms who have proven track records nationally for efficient searches. The importance of this process and the selection of the next superintendent cannot be underestimated. It is your main responsibility as a board to diligently pursue an individual and fulfill the leadership that Baltimore County so desperately needs. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have Miss Merriweather online. Miss Merriweather? Hit star.
I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Hi. Go ahead.
Hello, I'm here.
Go ahead, Miss Merriweather. You may give us your comments.
Hi.
Hello?
Yes, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Hello?
Yes, can you hear me? Where's the Verizon man when you need him? Hello?
Hello? Hello, I'm here.
There. Okay, you may give your comments.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you so much. Hi, my name is Janice Merriweather, and I served as the Chase Elementary representative at the Boundary Study. And I would like to let everyone know that the accusations of a flawed study are not only inaccurate, that they undermine the integrity of the process and the many hours of thoughtful work completed by the committee and the BCPS staff. From the beginning, we were instructed not to create options that simply looked good on a map, but to consider equity, capacity, demographics, and long-term sustainability as a whole. Every option we developed was evaluated through that lens. And throughout the process, it became evident that diversity and equity were not prioritized by all. Option B addresses longstanding racial and socioeconomic imbalances and moves us toward a more equitable distribution of students. Oliver Beach Elementary, as it currently stands, does not reflect the full diversity of the surrounding communities. It's important to acknowledge several realities. One is that with either option, no current Oliver Beach students are displaced. It simply requires welcoming these students into their school. Two, Oliver Beach advocates publicly oppose option B, expressing preference for certain neighborhoods over others. There were also concerns raised about projected capacity percentages under option B, despite the fact that Oliver Beach has operated significantly under capacity for years, while other schools have remained at or above capacity. And lastly, when the updated data was released, data that we all knew was forthcoming, the projections aligned with what the committee had anticipated. The demographic shifts and aging population trends within the Oliver Beach area were already considered during our process, and the updated numbers validated the committee's work rather than discrediting it. And still, option B is not accepted. To suggest that the committee should start over or be replaced is not constructive. It disregards months of collaboration and the balanced framework we were asked to apply. What is truly concerning is the tone and rhetoric circulating outside of the committee process. Public comments referencing community cohesion being disrupted or implying that children would suffer because of demographic changes, they carry undertones that should give us pause. Boundary studies should not become vehicles for division or coded language about who belongs where. It's also troubling when elected board members publicly question the integrity of the BCPS staff and appear to advocate disproportionately for one group while claiming neutrality. Board members represent entire districts, all students, all families, not just the most vocal or well-connected constituencies. We must be careful not to allow political pressure or re-election considerations to overshadow our responsibility to serve every child. Doing the right thing should not be this difficult. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That concludes our public speakers for the evening. And the next item on the agenda is the superintendent's report, and for that I call on Dr. Rogers.
Thank you, Chair Lichter, members of the board. I'm pleased to provide the March report. Can we post the slides? Thank you. We want to recognize Stoneleigh Elementary School as a Maryland Blue Ribbon School. This week we were at the House of Delegates as well as the Senate floor to receive recognition along with the state superintendent for Stoneleigh Elementary School. The Maryland Blue Ribbon School program recognizes exemplary schools across the state for strong student performance and for efforts to narrow performance disparities between student groups. Stoneleigh Elementary was one of 7 schools across the state of Maryland that was recognized. Congratulations to the community. Also want to highlight Division of Information Technology, Department of Information Technology, for their stellar work on the elementary network project. Most of our networks in elementary schools had not been replaced since 2007, causing some major disruption through the years, particularly last year. In order to complete this, the team tapped into the federal E-rate category to fund 85% of this $10 million upgrade. The remaining portion came from the operating budget that was approved for fiscal year 26. This directly supports access to key digital resources for both our students and our staff, and our school communities are reporting positive impacts on student learning. And so we are happy to share that update. In the area of infrastructure, we want to share the next slide please, the FY25 Maintenance Effectiveness Assessment results. The IAC conducts an annual maintenance effective assessment for all 24 school systems. This is how they evaluate facilities, building condition, system performance, and facility age. BCPS results, we earned the 3rd highest score across all 24 school systems, and we outperformed all other large districts, despite an average facility age of 35.1. This is important because not only does it speak to the great work of our maintenance, grounds, facilities teams, but the success on this assessment yields stronger statewide funding commitments for new construction and improvement projects as we continue to work on the infrastructure of Team BCPS. Next slide, please. And lastly, want to recall everyone's attention to a presentation that Dr. Grimm and Mr. Tantliff provided in November 2025 regarding mandatory blueprint funding programs. As a reminder, the blueprint requires all school systems in Maryland to spend in specific areas. There are prescriptive formulas for all school systems, and those areas are listed on this slide. There is no room for flexibility to move funding sources and amounts within the categories. We highlighted in November the variability that is created by the blueprint funding formula, looking at the foundation formula, which is the amount of money that is spent on every single student, and then there are multipliers that are added based on student need group. So compensatory education, those are our students living in poverty, multilingual learners, and students receiving special education services. When we had this discussion in November, we spoke about the concern in BCPS along with most systems across the state of Maryland with the funding formula and the ability to assign 75-25 where the funding follows the student. That unintentionally, one of the consequences of this new funding formula is for schools in particular with low needs, low percentage of students living in poverty, low percentage of multilingual learners, or low percentage of students receiving special education services. There is less funding in those schools, And so unintentionally, communities can be pitted against each other. And so at the state level, we have advocated for looking at this formula. We have advocated for looking at school funding in the aggregate based on the total number of schools, students inside of a school building. To date, that has not yet changed. And so there is the waiver process that Mr. Tantlis spoke about. Next slide, please. What you see on this slide is a slide from the January presentation to the Ways and Means and the appropriation committees in Annapolis, where legislators were asked for help, specifically on money following the student, which is that minimum school funding 75-25, highlighting that it will require difficult decisions around program locations and workforce. It can force transfers across school systems. Careful pacing and trust building with educators is essential, and so there are concerns. The waiver is available to school systems to request additional time before moving to those numbers, and so the public will be invited in the near future to comment on this process as we gather feedback from community members and Team BCPS. So an announcement will be made when the survey is out, and I would encourage anyone who wants to know more information about Blueprint School funding to review the presentation made by Mr. Tantliff, in November of 2025. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is the chair's report. And as you're all aware, Dr. Rogers has announced her retirement effective July 1st, 2026. This decision is undoubtedly significant and deeply personal. Those who have chosen to retire can attest to the range of emotions that accompany such a transition. I wish to express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Rogers for her leadership throughout her tenure as superintendent of BCPS. The district has greatly benefited from her guidance, and BCPS is stronger as a result of the direction she has provided. The Board of Ed is starting the search for our next superintendent. Updates on the search will be posted on our website as they become available, and I will also share in my monthly chair's reports as the information becomes available. Ms. Robin Harvey has announced her candidacy for the House of Delegates representing the 10th Legislative District. Due to a Baltimore County statute which prohibits board members from running or holding elected or appointed offices for a political party, Ms. Harvey has resigned from the Board of Education. I want to express my gratitude for her 3+ years of dedicated service. We wish Ms. Harvey success in her campaign and election. The newly established nominating commission is actively working to fill 2 vacancies on the Board of Education. Currently, applications are being accepted for the at-large member position and the District 1 board member position. The at-large seat will be filled with the remainder of the vacated term, concluding on December 4th, 2028, while the District 1 seat appointment will last through December 7th, 2026. Interested applicants can access and submit applications through the BCPS Commission website until Tuesday, March 31st. Further details are available on the website. Appreciation is extended to Mr. Jenkins for his leadership as chair of the nominating commission and to Ms. Gover for her contributions to the commission's work. Last week, several board members attended the GTCAC meeting. Thanks to Dr. Simpkins, chair of the committee, and the BCPS staff for working together to ensure our students' voices are heard. During a 90-minute session, students from our advanced academic programs shared their perspectives on the opportunities available, described their experiences, and offered advice to both current participants and those considering joining these programs. It was inspiring to hear about their achievements and their insights. Appreciation also goes to Leanne Schubert for her leadership with the Office of Advanced Academics, and a special thank you to all of the students who took their time to speak to the committee. There's been some misinformation circulating regarding BCPS and audits. It's important that the public is aware of the status of BCPS audits. On April 8th, 2025, an Office of Legislative Audit 2020 report update was provided to the full board and to the public. This report and video can still be found on Board Docs. The Maryland Office of Legislative Audits audits every public school system in the state once every 6 years. This schedule is in state law and applies to all 24 school systems. The original audit period, spring 2025, would have been 5 years and overlapped BCPS's Oracle implementation. In March 2025, implementation status was supporting documentation regarding the 2020 findings in fiscal services, human resources, information technology, transportation, and management was provided to the Office of Legislative Audits for review and determination. BCPS was then granted a 12-month delay due to the ongoing implementation of a new ERP project, Oracle, and due to their favorable status of the past findings. The next OLA audit will take place spring 2026, as stated last year. On September 24th, 2025, a local, state, and federal funding report was provided to the full board and to the public. In the discussion about fiscal controls, staff indicated that we have had 26 external fiscal audits since 2020. Some of these audits include the annual comprehensive financial report, the single audit of state aid programs, the MSDE audit of state aid programs, concentration of poverty, third-party billing, interagency, Medicare, just to name a few. And our most recent report on financial audits in BCPS was provided to the full board and the public on February 2nd, 2025. BCPS received an unmodified audit opinion, which is a clean, good audit option. The unmodified audit option is the highest level of assurance that CLA can provide a school system that financial statements are not materially misstated. BCPS did not have any significant or unusual transactions noted, and CLA did not find any material weaknesses or significant deficiencies in internal control. All reports that I've referenced and the discussions are posted and available on board docs for public access. Next on the agenda is the student member of the board report, and for that I call on Ms. Ngambe.
Good evening, Board Chair Mrs. Lichter, Superintendent Dr. Rogers, members of the board, staff, families in the BCPS community. Over the past month, I've continued working to elevate student voice both at the county and state level through my work with the Baltimore County Student Councils and the Maryland Association of Student Councils. In my role as one of the state legislative affairs coordinators for MASC, the other coordinators and I selected the bills our organization would focus on this legislative session and work together to write our official bill stances. Following this process, student leaders from across the state participated in our advocacy days, where we met with legislators and their staff to share student perspectives and advocate for priorities identified by Maryland students. At the county level, BCSC continues to create meaningful spaces for student leadership and engagement. Recently, we hosted our own countywide advocacy day and the first in-person board of selected students meeting in several years, where students from across the Eastern region came together to share their perspectives and discuss the issues impacting their schools and communities. We are excited to continue bringing these meetings back in person with our next gathering scheduled for later this month. We also recently hosted our mental health seminar, where students had the opportunity to hear from Ms. Brown, our supervisor of mental health for the Office of Mental Health Services. Ms. Brown shared valuable insight about mental health resources available to students across BCPS and emphasized the importance of supporting student well-being both inside and outside of the classroom. I also want to highlight the upcoming Mind Over Matters event on March 18th, which will focus on promoting student mental health and well-being. Students who are interested in attending or learning more are encouraged to reach out to their school counselors for additional information and details on how to get involved. Looking ahead, I'm excited for our upcoming Student Resources and Wellness Seminar, which will take place on the 31st at 6:30 p.m. over Google Meets. Students can join using the code BCPS Seminar, and I encourage any interested students to attend and learn more about the supports available throughout the district. Finally, I'm proud to share that we recently selected 2 outstanding finalists for the position of student member of the board. Bakil Alanesi of Western School of Technology and Claire Jabaji of George Washington Carver Center. Both students have demonstrated strong leadership and a commitment to representing their peers, and I look forward to seeing them continue their selection throughout the selection process. Thank you to every student, stakeholder, decision maker, and educator who continues to speak up, engage, and contribute to making our school system stronger.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is unfinished business, consideration of the Southeast Area Elementary School boundary recommendation. And for that, I call on Dr. Grimm and Mr. Taylor. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair Lichter, Superintendent Dr. Rogers, members of the board. Mr. Taylor and I are here this evening as a follow-up to our February 10th presentation on the Southeast Area Boundary Recommendation.
Thank you. May I have a motion to accept the Boundary Committee's recommendation of option B for the Southeast Area Elementary School boundary as presented?
So moved.
Okay, so we had Ms. Stileski and then Mr.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Okay, any discussion? Questions? Discussion? Ms. Pumphrey?
There were concerns from the public about Title I funding and community school funding that may not follow the students when they are transferred to other schools. How will our system work to make sure that students who are used to receiving those services still get those types of things that they need? I know backpacks are mentioned as being provided by the PTA, but that's just an example of some things that some of these programs provide to students in need.
Sorry. The Title I and community schools are assessed at the time that the students are there. So my understanding is that once the students are actually placed in these schools, during that school year, they would be evaluated and determined if that school qualifies for Title I or if that school could become a community school.
Okay, so does that mean at the beginning of the school year? Does that mean we have to go through a whole year of assessment? And if we do have to go through a whole year assessment, is there something we can do to provide for those students while we're waiting for the assessment to occur?
So it's difficult, Ms. Pumphrey, in taking a look at a boundary study to specifically identify students that may qualify for either of those statuses in terms of the school. The school system does have programs and supports in place, not only through the Education Foundation, but through other resources to help schools that are in need. We've also had situations where in the past 3 years, Dr. Rogers has been made aware of needs at a particular school, and we've worked to identify resources that we can provide that specific school community.
And one other follow-up question on that topic. So when we talk about community schools, ultimately the school was supposed to serve it's the community, not necessarily the students that are only in that school. So if a student were to be, through the boundary study, sent to another school and still needed services, such as food pantry or things like that that can be accessed through the school, would they still have the opportunity to access those resources, thank you. Those resources through the other school that they do no longer attend?
So
Dr. Grimm?
Yes.
Ms. Stansberry, our expert, is in the back, and the answer is yes. Ms. Stansberry, if you'd like to expand on that, you are correct, Ms. Pumphrey, in terms of the neighborhood and the community where they live in. Ms. Stansberry can give us some more information.
Good evening, everyone. Yes. Community schools service the community, as you shared, and we do encourage our schools to work together with their feeder pattern. And so those food pantries and coat closets and all of those things students can still access. And any student that's eligible for McKinney-Vento services, we have a host of supports and services for them. We'll partner with the school as well, because there are some local community partners that will partner with the school whether they're a community school or not. And have to wait to be a community school to have those partnerships. So we can work with them on finding who those partners are to provide those supports and programs.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. McMillian?
Gentlemen, I submitted a question about planning blocks. And it was back a while ago, and maybe it was answered. I asked for an explanation of what a planning block was. Maybe it came out, and I just didn't see it, and I didn't answer it. Can somebody explain to me what is a planning block?
Well, a planning block is a geographic area, and it's a smaller unit from the entire attendance area of a school. So when we do a boundary process, we break down the attendance area into smaller planning blocks, like puzzle pieces. And then that makes it a lot easier to manage the process and facilitate moving students around to identify where they may go to school. And we change the boundaries.
Okay. Now, I understand that the second set of numbers came out, in November sometime. And they happened to coincidentally match up with one of the options. But did those numbers, were they ever placed in a new planning block design to see where those kids, because it seems to me if there were apartment buildings or whatever, even though the numbers were the benefit or supported the option, there's a possibility that they did, the planning blocks were different, and that might have required some attention. Did that happen?
Thanks for that question, because that's not exactly what happened. The planning blocks did not change, but when we find out the new enrollment, the number of students in that planning block changes. So the first set of planning blocks were established based on end-of-year enrollment, and then with the new enrollment for September 30th, 2025, those students may have changed. So we changed the number of students in the planning block that had already been established. And that's how the numbers changed. That's how the utilization numbers changed.
There's also variables outside of student counts that can account for a planning block. Geography, for example, transportation. If you take a look at certain roadways or topography, some planning blocks in some of our studies are very densely populated and are quite small, while others are much larger. So there isn't. It's not like taking a sheet cake and dividing all of the pieces as the same size. Planning blocks are designated based on several factors that go into the study and that go into the total geographic makeup of the school. So, for example, we have some schools where there's what we would call a more dense suburban area, perhaps just around the school, but the school also services a much larger rural area. So the planning blocks are not of the same size. They're not X number of square feet or square miles. They can range in size and stature based on the overall geography of the school boundaries.
Just so I understand, so the new numbers came out, and then those numbers were assigned to planning blocks for the group. So they were new and different planning blocks. The same planning blocks, but new numbers. Yes.
That's correct.
Mr. Young?
When you speak about the planning blocks, do they have the possibility or potential to like split subdivisions in half or split up subdivisions, or are they crafted such that a subdivision would stay together as one group?
Well, we first craft the planning blocks. We try to do it in a way that seems logical. One of the factors is that planning block, when it moves, the edges of that planning block will become the new boundary. We want to make sure that line makes sense, that it doesn't cut parcels, that it follows the center lines of major roads, et cetera. So that's one of the things that we do. And we also don't want to break up communities. So we do that in terms of establishing them. And then when we have our first meeting with the Boundary Study Committee, that's the first thing we ask them to do is review the planning blocks. And if they believe that the planning blocks should be different, to please let us know, because we feel as though they are more familiar with the area.
So you make every effort to keep communities/subdivisions together?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Hen? Ms. Dominowski? Okay.
Thank you. I think we just went through something similar when we closed Golden Ring and opened Nottingham, where Golden Ring students were receiving, more services than Nottingham was prepared to take on initially. And I guess they're looking to get that community school designation. Do we have any how it's going there, so we can kind of compare and contrast with?
So I don't know that we would compare the two the same way, because Nottingham was a new school and it was newly identified as a school site by MSDE. Nottingham's population also included more than just Golden Ring. I don't remember how many schools were part of the boundary when the new Nottingham boundary was created, based on their SRC. But in terms of your question about those supports, MSDE, their regular process is for 2 years of data to support anything for a new school. Because other schools have existing years of data, they can look at those changes from year to year. I think it's also important to note that in terms of, yes, the status of Nottingham, Dr. Rogers had directed staff to ensure that certain accesses like food pantry and what have you were available for the students at Nottingham. So I believe those supports have been provided, even though they're not designated as a community or Title I school officially.
So would that be the same process for these students? They'd have to wait 2 years of data?
No, because as I said, Nottingham is a new school for MSDE. The schools in this boundary study are established schools, so it's not a 2-year process. There are years of data that they can look at, and as was indicated earlier, as Ms. Stansberry indicated, from year to year, community schools in Title I status can change.
Well, I'm just saying, because now they're going to have, I know it's not a new school, but they're going to have new students that weren't previously there. So will those students now have to wait 2 years of data to see to catch up, to see, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, the student body is changing because of this boundary change.
So the student body is changing. What we cannot tell is whether or not the makeup of the school will qualify as Title I status or community school status, because we don't know what those status definitions will look like in the years to come, number one. But secondly, it's not a 2-year lapse because it's not a new school. Nottingham Middle School is a new school.
No, I understand. And they're still following the same data, but it's just because it's a new group of students that are coming in. So you might not have, you're following the 2-year data from behind, because it's whatever.
So
Oliver
you keep
Beach
referring
or
to 2-year
Chase.
data.
Right.
2-year data is only applicable to new schools. New schools. Nottingham was a new school. It was defined as MSD as a new code, a new school number. It's a new school. Oliver Beach, Chase, Seneca are not new schools. The state looks at them year to year with the populations and the data that they have to make determinations as to whether they qualify for Title I or for community schools.
So they'll look at that total population that year when they're transfers. That's what I'm getting at.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
It's not a 2-year lag as if it were a new school.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Henn?
Thank you. One of our speakers tonight served on the Boundary Committee and mentioned that multiple aspects were considered. The poverty amongst the different options, the diversity of the different options, and I believe that data was provided at meeting 3 on a document called Option Statistics. My question is, were the option statistics updated and given to the committee, and at what point?
The data that you're referring to, the demographic data, was provided at the first meeting, and with every option that was created, it was updated for that option at every meeting.
So once the new numbers were available, the enrollment projections, were the option statistics updated for options A and B?
They were not updated with the new enrollment for these schools. They were, I don't know if that answers your question. At the last meeting, at the 4th meeting, we created a table that showed what the new enrollment was for each of the schools. That's something we had just gotten. And they used that information in time for their final votes. But no, we did not have the demographic information updated from that new enrollment.
Okay, so as you explained to Mr. McMillian, and thank you for that explanation, the numbers changed per planning block, and as the numbers change, the demographics for each planning block would have changed, the poverty rates for each planning block would have changed because the numbers changed, right? So my question then is, how did the committee use that data then after the numbers changed to compare both options on things such as diversity, on things such as poverty, as the boundary committee member shared with us tonight?
Well, one thing I should clarify is the question about the planning block was how planning blocks are used, how they change, and what happens to them. We did not, in this particular case, update those particular planning blocks with new numbers for them to use. We didn't have that information. So when I was answering the question, I was saying what would happen when we have new numbers for planning blocks.
Just to clarify, so the planning block could have originally had 27 kids in that planning block,
Right.
based on 24-25 enrollment data. Then they updated, September 30th comes. That planning block stayed the same, but it might have 33 kids in it now.
Correct.
But the planning block, the shape, that puzzle piece did not change shape. It's just that the current enrollment may have found more kids that are living in that planning block.
That's correct. That's what we changed.
Okay. And then the document that Ms. Henn is referring to, the statistical information comparison, we don't have that for 25-26. I mean, we don't have that updated with the September 30th enrollment numbers.
Right, not for this particular study.
Okay. Other questions? Ms. Stileski?
Thank you, and thank you for your various presentations. I know a number of community members have expressed a variety of concerns with the options. In terms of the proposed option B, what do you anticipate to be the biggest challenge or concern or challenge to face with that option, even though it is the one that you propose? Thank you.
I'm not sure that that's a question that we can answer for you, Ms. Stileski. Our role in this is to take the recommendation from the committee to facilitate the process and to bring the recommendation to the superintendent and to the board. Each boundary study each resultant of a boundary study or a change has its own challenges. That's why it's very important that we work with the schools and work with the communities to ensure that we can provide the supports necessary for the kids to be successful.
Thank you, and thank you for that honest answer. And are there any particular supports once various school groups merge as a result of a boundary study? Are there any particular supports that you know at this time would be put in place that maybe have been used with other schools that have merged student bodies? Thank you.
So thank you for that question, Ms. Stileski. We've actually, and it's very interesting that you ask that, with a number of our latest new construction schools, some of our elementary schools are much larger than they've been in the past. And so they have brought many communities together that were previously separate. We have learned from those experiences, and the key is creating opportunities where all students have that sense of belonging, where staff is trained in terms of maybe some student differences that they'll see that they didn't previously work with, and again, being cognizant and aware of supports that individual students may need in that transition, and families.
Thank you.
There's a special education component to this whole boundary too, that there's 3 classes that need to be placed at, right now, scheduled for Chase, correct?
Correct.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
and approximately 30 students it was created for.
30 plus.
30 plus.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
how are those 30 plus numbers, are those 30 plus numbers kids in the charts, like for utilization, are they included?
Yes, they were
Okay.
they were accounted for
Okay.
in the calculations.
Okay, but then utilization of space, there's less kids in those classes than there would be in a comprehensive gen ed classroom?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Ms. Pumphrey?
2 follow-up questions. One is regarding the special education program. That's scheduled to be at Chase, correct? And is it possible for that to be at another school if something were to change in the process?
Yes, ma'am. The regional program will be placed elsewhere for 30-plus students if it's not at Chase. The demand is absolutely there in this area.
Thank you. And my other follow-up question is regarding the prioritizing breaking up communities. So I understand that's a priority that the committee works and tries to follow. However, that can't always be avoided as far as breaking up communities, correct? And if I'm heard correctly from some of our speakers or some of our feedback at the public hearing, there are some communities that are being broken up based upon MAP B.
So, Ms. Pumphrey, thank you for that question. I think a person's perception of a community can also vary depending on to whom you speak. So when we look at, as Mr. Young said, if it's a particular subdivision or it's a particular neighborhood, we try to look not only at the geographic features, but what the traditional community makeup is. As Mr. Taylor also said, there's an opportunity for feedback at the beginning of the process by the committee. Sometimes it's impossible not to break up what some constituents believe it should be a contiguous community, because there's a reason why we are engaging in this in the first place, and that's because we need room for students. So to answer your question, yes, it's very difficult in these circumstances to make everyone happy. It's virtually impossible. As far as breaking up communities in this particular study, I think it really depends on the communities that you ask and possibly even some of the individuals.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Mr. McMillian?
I'm curious where the 30-plus special education students are being housed right now.
So, Mr. McMillian, we do have staff that may be able to answer that more specifically. Some of the students are currently, there's a regional program currently at Chase. There are needs for additional regional programs. Some of the students are, quite frankly, not within the area, and I would ask Ms. Myers or Mr. Karakowski to expand on that. But they're currently at other schools, but we have a high demand in that area. Ms. Myers.
Hi, everyone. Nice to see you. Yeah, so we have a need for expanding our regional programs. So we have students that might be in a current regional program that new one may be closer to their home. We might be able to make that shift, or we have students that are new entries. We have, with our regional programs, students fluctuate all the time. So you may have a student that's coming in mid-year. It's not just a beginning of year thing. So we have to plan for that capacity. In addition to where, again, kiddos that might be closer, but it's an ongoing enrollment, which is a little bit different than just a school year where it might be year to year, but it can happen anytime during that school year.
So you're not moving a teacher and a class from some other school to there?
No. So this is new regional program that we just need additional seats and options for students.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. Savoy, you have a question? Your microphone?
Good evening. How does Title I differentiate from Title II? Are the programs the same or basically the same?
Dr. Savoy, Ms. Stansberry is coming forward, and she can definitely is the expert on Title I. But I would note Title I really speaks to students and poverty, whereas Title II is specifically around professional development for staff and leaders in terms of those two federal grants. Certainly, Ms. Stansberry, if you'd like to expand on Title I.
That was perfect, yes. Title I is designed to support our students in communities with the highest economic need, while Title II is just for our teachers. So both are supporting in different ways, while Title I is concentrating really on school poverty supports.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Okay.
I'm sorry, can I make one other
Sure.
quick comment, Ms. Lichter? Ms. Pumphrey, when I answered your question, I think I failed to mention, so if the regional program is not at Chase, it will be at Oliver Beach.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome.
Other questions or comments? Ms. Henn?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the motion on the floor, if now would be an appropriate time to make it.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I move to amend the motion on the floor by moving that the board take the following actions regarding the Southeast Area Elementary Boundary Study. Number 1, appoint 3 new members to the committee, 1 representing each participating school as recommended by the Southeast Area Education Advisory Council. Number 2, appoint a new co-facilitator as recommended by the superintendent to facilitate productive discussions and collaboration. Number 3, direct the newly enlarged committee to hold 2 meetings during the month of April to receive and review updated student enrollment data and to formulate a boundary recommendation. Finally, staff shall present the committee's recommendation for board consideration on May 5th, ensuring a timely decision for fall implementation.
Is there a second to Ms. Henn's motion?
Second, Stoleski.
Any discussion? Ms. Henn, do you want to speak to your motion?
Sure, briefly. I believe that this is a compromise amendment that will allow the committee to receive updated option statistics, all of the most current data. It expands upon the committee, allowing 3 new members to have a fresh perspective on the data while building on the existing knowledge base. Also, I'm asking for a recommendation of a co-facilitator to make sure that there are productive discussions and collaboration amongst all members of the committee, and involving the Southeast Area Education Advisory Council to assist us by recommending members of that committee. Lastly, it ensures that the decision is made timely to ensure that fall implementation is possible. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Further discussion? Ms. Pumphrey?
Just a comment and maybe a question for staff. I recognize and appreciate the committee's hard work on this study, the hard work they put in and the time that was spent on this. So I want to make sure that's acknowledged before I move forward with my comments. I also do not think the process was necessarily flawed. However, I do agree that this could be a compromise here. At this point, the way the board's seated, we are going to have to make some compromises in order to move forward with decisions. So that's my comment. My question to staff is, would you be in agreement with Ms. Henn's statement that by putting in the date of May 5th for board consideration, that we would have a timely decision for fall implementation of the new boundaries, however that decision may move forward in the future if this motion, amendment to the motion passes?
So I can make a few comments, if that's okay, Dr. Rogers. So the first thing that comes to mind for me is I think that our staff would need assurance from the board attorney and probably our counsel that we're not violating policy in Rule 1280 by making this change, since it's the process is pretty clearly outlined there with the number of committees and the number of other folks. So I think staff would want that assurance. Secondly, if I made a note correctly, there was a comment about a co-facilitator to facilitate the process. I think staff would need to be really clear what that means and who that is. And then thirdly, to more specifically answer your question, Ms. Pumphrey, I'd be concerned about a May 5th deadline from the standpoint that April really is April 13th through 30th for us. We go on spring break April the 1st. Students are not back in session. Schools are not open again until April the 13th. That would leave, if my math is somewhat correct, between April 13th and 30th to have, I believe I heard 2 meetings, and then to have some type of public engagement, which this board has been very clear is important for us to have regarding the results, and then to turn around and provide some presentation in less than a week after the 30th. So I don't believe that timeline in and of itself is very realistic for staff to do what we're being asked to implement really in a 17-day period.
Mr. Burns, just a point. I called it a motion, Ms. Henn's motion, but can you make a motion to a motion, or is it really an amendment? Because isn't an amendment change of words? Okay. Okay. And the multiple asks, that's okay for an amendment? Okay. Somebody had their hand up.
Oh.
Ms. Domino. Oh, Ms. Dr. Rogers, did you want to say something?
Yes, I wanted to comment that I concur with Dr. Grimm's timeline that he just shared here. Also, with the timeline that we have for notification of students receiving special education services and their families and the transition meetings that are to occur by law, that would cause some concern for our Department of Special Education. And so at this time, we cannot commit to that May 5th timeline. We would really have to go back with the team.
Okay. Ms. Dominowski?
I was just going to recall back when we did the Central Area Middle School Boundary Study, and this is a little bit different because we're not asking, that study wasn't asking for like more meetings and to reconfigure, but we were asking for more data, and ultimately, like, while there were many people on both sides that were not necessarily happy about it, what the decision that was come forward, the decision that was recommended by a majority of everyone, and you're never going to be able to please everyone. And even though we went back and asked for data, and we went into July before we made the decision, and lots of students and parents were, tense, like, where are we going that next year? We came to the ultimate decision of what the committee came up with. So while I agree with the intention of what Ms. Henn is trying to do here, I don't think we're in a position of being able to solve this. And I think that the committees did the best that they could with what they had, and they made the best decisions for their community.
Thank you, Ms. Dominowski. Any other comments or questions? We also have families that are waiting to find out what schools their kids go to in the fall. So we have kindergarten roundup and registration and pieces like that, which would also be delayed besides for the special education piece. Correct? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Any further? Okay, so procedurally, we need to vote on Ms. Henn's amendment, correct, Mr. Burns? Okay, so may I have a roll call vote on Ms. Henn's amendment?
Dr. Savoy?
No.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
No.
Mr. Young?
No.
Ms. Dominowski?
No.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe?
No.
Ms. Delusky?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
No.
Favor is 3.
Okay, so we are now back to the original motion of accepting the Boundary Committee's recommendation of option B for the Southeast Area Elementary School boundary as presented. We already had a second for that. We already had discussion. So may I have a roll call vote on that motion?
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
No.
Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Delusky?
No.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Favor is 7.
Okay, option B passes for the Southeast Area Elementary School boundary. Thank you to especially the committee that did a lot of hard work. Boundaries are never easy. And I think we've learned that small ones might be even harder. So thank you to the committee and thank you to staff for all the work that you've done on this boundary. Okay. The next item on the agenda is unfinished business, report on board policies. This is the second reader for these policies, and for that I call Ms. Christina Pumphrey, Chair of the Policy Review Committee.
Thank you. Members of the board, the Policy Review Committee asks that the board accept the committee's recommendation to amend the following board policies. Board Policy 1110, Publications, Radio, Television, and Digital Media, Board Policy 4201, Employee Insurance Benefits, and Board Policy 5470, Wellness. These policies are presented to you on tonight's agenda as Exhibits K1 through K3.
Thank you, Ms. Pumphrey. Board members, are there any separations requested? Okay. Then may I have a motion to accept the recommendation of the board's Policy Review Committee for Board Policies 1110, 4201, and 5470?
So move Young.
Thank you. Don't think I need a second because the recommendation comes from the board, from the committee. So may I have a roll call? Is there any further discussion? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Jalusky?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is action taken in closed session, and for that I call Mr. Burns.
Good evening, Chair-elect, members of the board, Dr. Rogers. In closed session this evening, the board decided an appeal number HEA 26-011. This would be an appropriate time for the board to approve that action. In addition, the board recently received an appeal, reviewed an appeal, and heard oral argument in case number HEA 26-002. And this would be an appropriate time for the board to approve its disposition of that case.
Okay, thank you. May I have a motion to approve the action taken in closed session on hearing examiner case HEA 26-001 and authorize Ms. Gover to sign for those board members not physically present?
So move Young.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second Pumphrey.
Thank you. Any further discussion? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Lichter, just a correction. It's 26-011.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank
Dr.
you.
Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Harvey? I'm sorry. Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Jalusky?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
May I have a motion to approve the action taken during oral argument on hearing examiner's case HEA 26-002?
So move Young.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second Pumphrey.
Thank you. Any discussion? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Sorry. Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Jalusky?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next, thank you, Mr. Burns. The next item on the agenda is contract awards, and for that I call on Mr. Young, Chair of the Building and Contracts Committee.
Members of the board's Building and Contracts Committee met on Monday, March 9th, 2026. Items M1 through M22 were forwarded to the full board for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Board members, are there any separations? Do I have a motion to approve items M1 through M22?
So move Pumphrey.
Thank you. No second is needed since the recommendation comes from the committee. Any discussion? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Jalusky?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda, postponed from the February 24th meeting, is the report on school improvement and support. And for that, I call on Dr. Jones, Mr. Mustafer, Dr. Miller, and Ms. McLeod, I think. Oh, yep. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Board Chair Lichter, Superintendent Dr. Rogers, and members of the board. We are excited to present on the school improvement and support team and their work to date. Thank you. So during this time of this presentation, we will talk about four main topics. The first one is how the team continues to use data to bring about change and uses the data to inform their decision-making. We'll also look at talent development, which is in line with BCPS's priority area, highly effective teachers, leaders, and staff, building the capacity of instructional leaders, and then also building the capacity of the team that works with our school support team. Academic achievement, of course, is one of our main priority areas, and that continues to be a focus in a very targeted way. And then lastly, infrastructure and school climate, two big areas of need and support as it relates to the inner workings of our schools. I'll now turn it over to the team.
Thank you, Dr. Jones. And first of all, we want to just take the time to celebrate some of the work in our elementary schools that we work with, our school support and improvement schools. As you look on the screen, you can see Wellwood International School had a improvement rate of 14.43%, which is our second highest increase in math proficiency of all BCPS elementary schools. That they were followed behind Charlesmont, who had the fourth highest increase of all elementary schools, which is a 12.5 percentage point increase in the number of students who are proficient in mathematics. We also want to celebrate our schools that had great gains in ELA proficiency on the MCAP assessment. The first one is Holliburg Elementary School, who had a 9.3 percentage increase proficiency in ELA, and Millbrook Elementary School had almost an 8% increase in the number of students proficient on the MCAP ELA. With that being said, we can now report out that all of the schools that we support under our umbrella of school support and improvement are all now 3-star schools or higher as identified by MSDE. So the next slide just gives a breakdown. Our work started with our schools during the
Mr. Mustafer, 1 second.
Hi, Mr. Mustafer. I think for us to provide some context to the public and the community, the schools that this team works with, these are state-designated either comprehensive school improvements or targeted school improvement schools. And so they have had persistent academic challenges with their students. And so they are talking about schools that were previously 1-star and 2-star schools. And so I just want to provide that context as they get into the presentation so that we know the specificity of the schools that they work with and why it is a big deal to have all of these schools under their purview now, ranking as 3-star schools, and we only started this work 3 years ago. So they have a long presentation, but I did want to share with everyone what kinds of schools they're talking about. It's a Maryland State Department of Education designation.
Mr. McMillian, quickly.
It references Holliburg Elementary School. Is that the 4th and 5th grade
Yes,
from
sir.
Norwood that is housed at
Yes,
Holliburg
sir.
Middle School?
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. And as you can see on the screen, again, our work started with these schools during the 23-24 school year, but we wanted to backdate to give you just a little bit more context. And Dr. Rogers, thank you for providing that context that you did. As you can see, over the time that we've had to work with these schools in the year prior, there has been a 7.2 percentage points increase in the number of students who are proficient in mathematics. The next slide gives an even better breakdown. You can see overall all of the elementary schools that are under our supervision, and every one of our elementary schools increased over a 2-year period in the area of the number of students who are proficient in mathematics. And you can see Charlesmont Elementary School and Wellwood Elementary School made significant gains over the 2-year period. And so we wanted to ensure that we brought this information to the board so that you can see that the work that we're doing under the direction of Dr. Rogers and Dr. Jones is providing some academic gains in our school support and improvement schools. Now, on the next slide, we did a breakdown looking at various grade levels at each of our elementary schools. And why this is important is because we get to look at pockets of promise that are taking place in our elementary schools, and what we can use with that information, we can take the work that's happening in those schools and in those particular classrooms and replicate some of that work in classrooms within other classrooms within those buildings, as well as we can replicate our work in those particular classes in other schools, so that we can have that significant increase in the number of students that are performing proficient on ELA and mathematics.
Good evening. This slide shows our subgroup data for multilingual learners.
And as you can see, the data shows positive momentum across SSI elementary schools, with 7 of our elementary schools demonstrating an increase in proficiency compared to last year. Several schools that we would like to highlight: Charlesmont Elementary, 42% of their multilingual learners scored proficient, which was an impressive increase over the previous year. Featherbed Elementary School, 20% of their multilingual learners scored proficient, and Wellwood Elementary, 35% of their multilingual students scored proficient. This slide shows the increase of all of our SSI elementary schools for ELA MCAP. We had a percentage increase of 5.7, rising from 30% to 35.7%. This is an upward trend that shows our elementary schools are consistently growing the number of students who are achieving proficiency each year in ELA. This slide shows elementary growth overview from 2023-24 to 24-25. And we like to note some gains in most of our elementary schools: Battle Grove Elementary School, Charlesmont Elementary, Featherbed Elementary, Holliburg Elementary, Millbrook Elementary, Pot Springs Elementary, and Wellwood Elementary. This slide shows, as Mr. Mustapher referred to a little bit earlier, our pockets of promise. So this is ELA math growth, and we have some schools that made some great significant gains by grade level. Charlesmont Elementary School, grade 3 proficiency increased from 34% to 57%. Holliburg Elementary, grade 5 proficiency increased from 7% to 17%. Battle Grove Elementary, grade 4 proficiency increased from 26% to 33%, and Pot Springs Elementary, grade 5 proficiency increased from 38% to 60%. We are consistently collaborating with our principals to examine the successful strategies implemented at these grade levels, as our goal is to replicate these effective practices across all grade levels to continue increasing overall proficiency in all grade levels in our elementary schools.
As we continue to target our professional development on specifically designed instruction for our multilingual learners, we are beginning to see year-over-year gains on their performance on MCAP. This slide demonstrates the percentage of our multilingual learners scoring proficient on MCAP in English language arts. All of these schools demonstrated increases from 23-24 to 24-25. Again, with Charlesmont scoring 33% of their students scoring proficient, Pot Spring 29, Wellwood 30, and Millbrook Elementary also making significant gains. In addition to MCAP, our multilingual learners also take the WIDA assessment this time of year. The WIDA assessment is a yearly test that measures our multilingual learners' level of English language proficiency in the areas of listening, speaking, reading, and writing. Each year, targets are set to ensure students make measurable growth in learning English. Our role is to ensure students are making that expected growth from year to year. As you can see on this slide, our schools increased the percentage of multilingual learners making their expected growth on WIDA from 65% to 68% from the past school year. Some additional celebration for our students receiving multilingual language services is the number of students who met their WIDA growth targets increased from 356 to 410 in 2025. The bottom two boxes show the percent of students who have met their English language proficiency skills and exited ESOL services. So once students achieve a 4.5 on the WIDA assessment, they exited WIDA services, and at the state average is 15% of students in elementary school usually exit WIDA services, but for our elementary schools that are in school improvement, we had a rate of 19.5% of the students exiting services. This is really important because we want students to exit services in elementary level. The sooner students obtain English proficiency, the easier it is as we go, and it gets harder as they get older in age.
The next half of our discussion will center around our why, and this starts with our talent development. This is a major part of our work, and this is in alignment with the superintendent's vision to improve our talent within BCPS. So before I begin with this piece, I definitely have to thank our principals at each of our 8 elementary schools that we work with, as well as the staff, but also 8 wonderful young ladies who serve as specialists who support our work each and every day, who are probably at home watching right now. So just know Uncle Sam gave you a shout out, ladies. So as we started this work, we wanted to ensure that we used a research-based framework. And we looked into the 4 domains of rapid school improvement. And the first thing that we did when we identified which framework we would use was align it to Dr. Rogers' vision around academic achievement, infrastructure, safety and climate, and highly effective teachers, leaders, and staff. And the last one is where I'll be going with for the next couple of slides. Now, one of the first things that we did each year, MSDE provides our schools with MCAP evidence statements, and that's the diagram on the right. These statements identify standards that students will be assessed on MCAP, and it gives schools an opportunity to review this data to see how their students perform on the various standards of MCAP. We did a lot of professional development with our schools to ensure that they can truly analyze this data and then identify what next steps. And next steps can be professional development, it can be collaborative planning, and it can even be related to specific instruction in the class. So as you look at this data, sometimes there might be one kid who was tested on one particular standard, and that standard may look that it was a low standard identified for that particular school. So we ensure that schools understand that work, and that is regarding our professional development and understanding that they can truly read these MCAP evidence statements in order to make the instructional and professional development decisions in those schools. So our first goal was to build the capacity of the instructional leadership teams at the various schools, as well as provide that professional development to our department chairs and our resource teachers in our elementary schools to ensure that they had the data literacy capable of making positive professional development decisions and strategies to improve instruction in the classroom. And the third thing, we wanted teachers to be laser focused on the priority standards as identified from the evidence statements provided by MSDE. So this was some quality work that we really enjoyed, and it was some timely work as we started this process at the beginning of the year, last school year. Another part of our professional development was centered around our specialists going out and modeling lessons at our school support and improvement schools. And we wanted to ensure that teachers had the opportunity to collaborate with our specialists around common planning in order to ensure that they had the knowledge and the skills to implement our curriculum with fidelity. We also work with our teachers to ensure that not only were they a part of the collaborative planning process, but we had post meetings with our teachers and leadership staffs at the various schools so that we can talk about what the look fors that they saw during the lessons and what next steps that we can provide in order to support their instructional growth. And this is very, very important as we are working with a lot of non-tenure and conditional teachers as we were doing this work. The next thing, one of Dr. Rogers' goals was to strengthen the professional learning communities at all of our schools in BCPS. So we started our work with our department chairs and our administrative teams and our research teachers on the elementary level to strengthen their work around professional learning communities. Also, we wanted to ensure, because our multilingual learners were our fastest growing population, and some of our schools are actually in improvement because of the lack of progress that our multilingual learners were making. So we identify some work around our SIOP strategies and support, which Ms. McLeod will get into a little bit later during our presentation. And that's our sheltered instructional observation protocol, which is just an instructional framework that allows instructional content to be comprehensible to all students, but especially our multilingual learners. And then our work to support, again, our resource teachers on the elementary level and other leadership staff, including our assistant principals and principals.
We recognize that our special education subgroup remains a key focus area for our district. Since most of our students with disabilities receive instruction in the general ed classroom, we needed a practical tool that general educators could use to ensure that they fully understand the needs of all of their students. To strengthen the delivery of specifically designed instruction, the SSI team created and provided professional development on the use of the specifically designed instruction, SDI classroom profile. This tool equips teachers with a structured approach to understanding and supporting students with disabilities within their classroom. The SDI profile gives teachers a clear one-page snapshot of each special education student's accommodations, supports, strengths, and areas of need. Here is an example of an SDI classroom profile. There are 4 sections for each student: strengths, needs, goals, supports, and accommodations. This structure ensures that the teacher sees the whole learner, not just deficits or accommodations. This slide demonstrates how teachers move from the SDI classroom profile to actionable instructional planning. The red arrows show the connection between a student's profile and disability and link resources that support teachers in designing specifically designed instruction for students. It also directs them to links for tools or resources such as strategies, scaffolds, or differentiation guides to support the needs of all students in their classroom. This slide highlights how the SDI classroom profile helps teachers clearly identify each student's strengths and area of needs within the classroom. By organizing this information side by side, teachers gain a deeper understanding of their learners and can tailor instruction daily to meet the needs of their students. This slide supports goals, supports, and accommodation. It highlights the student's IEP goals, the supports that are needed, and the accommodations that are needed. By organizing these elements in one place, teachers can easily ensure they are meeting each student's legal and instructional needs. You'll notice the color coding is also a strategy to help teachers understand which students need some of the same strategies in order for instructional grouping. Strategies and services. This slide highlights how the classroom profile not only outlines students' goals and needs, but provides specific instructional strategies and services that support the needs. It shows how teachers can translate student data into concrete instructional actions within any classroom.
Similar to the SDI profile, to support specifically designed instruction for our multilingual learners, our SDI team developed and provided professional development on the implementation of a scaffolding matrix for our multilingual learners. This tool supports differentiation through the appropriate linguistic scaffolds. What's nice about this tool is it allows a classroom teacher who has students with a variety of needs to see all the needs of their students, their strengths and their areas of need, all on one sheet. So like the profile for our students with disabilities, this tool is also used in the same way. As an administrator, it's also helpful to have the tool when you go in to do like an observation and you have a profile of every student in the class for both ways. So on the next slide, you can see what snapshot. This is built off of a slide. Is an example of an elementary 4th or 5th grade scaffolding matrix. At the beginning of the school year, the English language development teacher and the classroom teacher work together to review the results of the WIDA assessment for every student in the class. The WIDA assessment reports out in 4 different areas, listening, speaking, reading, and writing. So there's a different score for each area, different strengths and needs in each area. For example, this teacher has 5 students in her class that have multilingual learners who range from level 1 to level 6 in different areas. The goal is to have all the students exit with an overall score of 4.5 on the WIDA assessment. So if we click and we take a look at just one student, Jeff, you can see Jeff is a level 6 in the area of listening, where he's already proficient in that area. If we click again, we can see, however, in speaking, Jeff's a level 4. So this is an area where he needs a little more support and encouragement to orally participate in class. In the area of reading, Jeff's also a level 5, so he's considered proficient. However, in the area of writing, Jeff is going to need additional supports and instruction to improve his performance in the area of writing. With so many students with varying strengths and needs, we want to make sure it's easy for teachers to access the information they need to know about their students. If we look at Brad and Angel, we can see they are at a level 2 for the listening. But what does that mean to a classroom teacher? If they simply click on the number 2, the following text box pops up and provides the teacher with a brief summary of what a student at a level 2 level of understanding in the area of listening might, where their performance is. So you could see Brad and Angel can understand simple phrases and sentences when the teacher's speaking. Next, the teacher can click on the level 2 scaffold box next to see a quick snapshot of what the teacher can do to support a student in the area of listening at level 2. For example, the teacher is encouraged to pre-teach academic vocabulary before discussions, reading. They're encouraged to point to visuals when speaking and use lots of hand gestures to signal important information or routines. Scaffolds vary by each area and each level, so this is a way it makes it quick and easy for teachers to access that information.
Let me add on something for her. And this is so very important. And this is a live document, but we created snapshots for you all so you can see. But if you are a first-year teacher or a novice teacher who never actually taught in a classroom where you're having multilingual learners or special education students receiving special education services, this document gives you the resources that you need to provide quality supports and resources for these students in real time. This is why this is so very important and is helping us to lead to some of the gains that we're having with our special education students and our multilingual learners. So again, a shout out to our specialists, our special education specialists, and our multilingual learner specialists, our ELD specialists, actually designed these 2 profiles that we are presenting today. Thank you, Linda.
So just to finish up, all those blue links on the bottom are all hyperlinks to additional resources, whether it's worksheets or routines or things teachers can use at their fingertips. It's already aligned to each area on the matrix. You stole a little bit of my thunder, but like it's so important. And this is what's causing the gains, is when students receive specialized instruction that they need. And they have it in an easy-to-use format. That's why we're seeing such gains in the student achievement in those areas. All yours.
So that concludes our presentation for today. And we know we still have a lot of work to do as educational leaders. You get happy sometimes, but you're never satisfied because there's always work to do. But as you can see, the work that we're doing under the direction of Dr. Jones and Dr. Rogers, who truly oversees this work with us, their support has been tremendous. We're going in the right direction. In some schools and in some classrooms, we've made significant gains, but there are a lot of things that impact this. And I've been on school visits with many other board members. You know what the teachers are doing in the classroom. So there's a lot that go into this work, but we definitely appreciate the support. And again, major kudos to Dr. Rogers, because this is her vision and she provided us the support to do this work. So just thank you for giving us the opportunity to present today. So I'll turn it back over to our board chair, Ms. Lichter.
Okay, first, thank you so much for that presentation. So, and all of the work that you're doing to show the improvement in some of our highest needs schools. Questions, Mr. Young?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for all the hard work. So, Uncle Sam, what's next? Particularly with these schools, do you kind of go into a monitor mode, maybe pop in once or twice? Do you move on to the next group of schools to look at? Where do we go from here?
I don't think as an education leader you could ever be in a monitoring mode. This is work every day. So right now what we're doing is we're meeting with our school leadership teams. We are using the research information from Research for Better Teaching, the high expectations information that you all approved the contract, and we're doing learning walks with our principals, our assistant principals, and other members of their leadership team. So if we're going into math classrooms, we take our math department chairs on the middle school level, our math resource teachers on the elementary level, along with other support staff. And we're special education, ELD teachers, and we're going into classrooms to see what's the impact on the professional development. Then we come back, we have a debrief looking at where are our goals, where are our grows, and then what are our next steps. And then as we're going from school to school, we're identifying another midpoint visit prior to the end of the school year, and then a end of the year visit where we're going to go back into classrooms. Now, did this professional development that we provided, as well as what we learned during the initial learning walk, are we seeing improvements in that area? And that's going to help us as leaders to plan our professional development for the summer.
I'd like to also add that in terms of what's next for other schools not necessarily supported by Mr. Mustafer and the team, we have also made sure that some schools who have not necessarily been identified by MSDE actually visit some of the schools who have pockets of promise. And to make sure that schools like Charlesmont and Pot Springs and Featherbed, we've even taken our executive director team to those schools to really learn about the evidence-based practices. We've had members of Mr. Mustafer's team train our executive directors because we know that these are tried and true practices. So we are spreading the best practices, sharing the evidence-based practices, and visiting schools together and learning from one another so that all of our schools can succeed.
Okay, thank you. And I know you may not necessarily know the answer to this question, but when looking at the NCAP and the students are coming back proficient, are they, just barely proficient, or are they well into the proficient range, which means, we're truly helping them catch up, or, they're just knocking it out of the park?
I'll answer that a little bit, and then Ms. McLeod, she really looks at the data for us. She probably could recite it right now. What we're finding is that there's no single answer to that we have some students who are well into the proficient range. We have some that have just made it into it, and then we have some that are kind of middle of the road. I don't have the percentages in front of me, but we know that student growth is just that, growth. So if you have students who are able to make it into that proficiency range, it is going to be varied depending on the student and their skills at the time of the assessment. Did you want to add anything, or did I cover it?
No, I would. You got.
Okay.
Good.
The only thing I would add to what Dr. Jones said, as you all, as board members, are going into the school, and you may see a school that has 25% of the student proficient, ask them how many students that were 1 or 2 points away, and that's the group of students that we're really keeping an eye on, because a school could go from 25% to 40% if the kids who were 1 to 5 points away may have answered one more question correctly. And that's what we're learning. So we're calling those the students on the cusp of proficiency. So one question can really swing a school in either direction.
So it's not just the students who, the growth is not just in the students who are showing proficient now, but it's across the whole student population.
Absolutely, sir, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions, comments? I have one. The slides that you showed us, 26 through, the ones with the multicolored grids and the Jeff ones. So your specialists made the template. Who fills it in? Like, is that a teacher's responsibility? Who's filling in those templates?
So the multilingual learner, the teacher in the building works with the classroom teacher. So if there's 5 students in the class, then each WIDA, when you get the WIDA assessment back, you get pages for every student. So you just take that student's name and you say, okay, their score, you put their name next to like the 2 on language, you put them next to the 6 on reading. So that's done in conjunction. In some schools, the ELD teacher will do all of them, depending on the number of students. In some schools, they work together to do it, or they work as a department. But that's something we usually do before the beginning of the school year, as soon as we get that information back, so that they have it.
And who puts those resources on there, the hyperlinks?
That's our specialists.
Okay, so they, okay.
And that's all specific to grade level too. So they created these sheets for grade levels because the resources and the skills vary by grade level and by area too.
So this is just for our multilingual learners?
That matrix, yes, is just for our multilingual
Do you have,
learners.
thinking of something similar for other student groups that
Well, you
are-
have the special ed as well.
Okay.
What Dr. Miller presented on was special ed, what Ms. McLeod was the multilingual learners.
Okay, so if it's special ed, then it's your special educator that's completing that one.
And what I charged our principals with, who had additional funds at the end of last school year, to set aside funding during the summer for the special education teachers to do this work during the summer.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Zaleski?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and all the really important lead to student progress. On slide 13, in terms of the exit rate, can you explain what that means? And specifically, are there any services that are provided once a student fulfills whatever they need to for that exit designation, I guess? And then I have one more quick question. Thank you.
So the exit rate is a score on the WIDA assessment where it's a compilation of all the 4 areas. So the students may still have strengths or weaknesses in some of those areas and exit out. So that's where they've obtained proficiency to the level that they're able to understand instruction in the classroom without the need for specialized instruction from the ELD teacher. But like any student in the classroom, students are going to have strengths and weaknesses and still need support. And by having our teachers trained in the strategies, they become fluent in just naturally providing. And what's good for like visual clues, things like that, using hand gestures, while it's great for our students who are learning English, it helps all kids pay attention. So some of these are just great strategies that you'll see they start applying across the board.
Thank you. So a student can make target growth, but then still be enrolled? Yes. Okay. Thank you. And then in terms of, and thank you for sharing the data for the target growth 2024 and 2025, what was the percentage difference from 2024 to 2025?
And that's exit rate?
In the target growth. It was 356 for 2024.
It was on the slide before, I think. On WIDA, it was 65% were met their they're measured in their expected growth to 68% of them for WIDA.
I'm sorry. Can you just repeat it? I didn't hear you.
Sure. They're measured, like students are, like if I started out as a level 1, I'm given an expected growth that I'm supposed to make every individual student. So the percentage of students that made their expected growth increased from 65% to 68% of the students in our schools in improvement.
Thank you.
Ms. Ngame?
Yeah, thank you. I just had a quick question similar to what Mrs. Lichter was talking about. So with that chart, I understand how the WEDA assessment helps with determining the goals and the strengths and everything with that. But with the supports and accommodations, is that determined by like the teachers and or communication with parents, just how, like the type of supports that specific student would need?
The chart gives the examples based on the student's level. So what we also don't want to do is over-scaffold for students that are very capable of speaking or reading on their own. So that's why it's important, like, that you know if a student's at a level 2, they may need really word by word or simple passages to read, but a student at level 6 shouldn't receive that same level of scaffold. That's where that pop-up box gives the teacher that information, and it's determined based on their scores, based on their grade level. That makes sense?
Thank you.
Sure.
Other questions or comments? Okay. Thank you so much for all that information.
Thank you.
And keep doing it. The next item on the agenda, postponed from February 24th meeting, is the report on the purchasing solicitation process. And for that, I call on Dr. Grimm, Ms. Webster, and Mr. Bertizan.
Good evening again, Chair Lichter, Superintendent Dr. Rogers, members of the board. As Ms. Lichter mentioned, I'm here this evening, proud to be here this evening with Ms. Webster, our Director of Purchasing, and Mr. Bertizan, our Manager of Purchasing. And while the slide presentation's coming up, you will see on the second slide that our purchasing office, and I need to read this to make sure I get it right, for the last 20 years has been recognized by the National Institute of Excellence in Procurement as an award winner. And so, yeah, they do outstanding work. Next slide, please. And so our purpose for this presentation this evening is really to share with you BCPS's purchasing and solicitation process. And there is a tremendous wealth of information on the purchasing website. So I encourage you, the next time you have a little bit of free time, go check out the purchasing website. You can see all about our contracts, our open solicitations, and how we do business in a very transparent fashion. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Webster.
Certainly. Thank you very much. Good evening. Next slide, please. When we initiate a solicitation, we work very, very closely with our using offices. We talk to them about the intended budget. What is it that they would like to purchase? Not just the specifics. They don't need a green tractor, but they would like a tractor that does certain characteristics, that meets certain needs. We would talk to them about preliminary account information. We would talk to them about a preliminary timeline that they have for this solicitation. Once they provide us with that preliminary information, we do assign our purchasing agents to that specific solicitation. The agent then works, again, more directly and more closely with that using office to craft the solicitation, talking about how that solicitation should be awarded, what criteria are going to be used. Is this going to be solely a low price, or are we going to look at characteristics of the product or that supplier that we need to have to be able to provide the best service or product that meets the needs of the system? Once the solicitation is crafted, all of our solicitations are published. They are published on our own website as well as the eMaryland Marketplace Advantage. So they are seen across the state for all of the vendors who are registered with that system. All right, and the next slide, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Bertizon.
Thank you, Melanie. So once we have the solicitation done, the documents ready, it does get published. At that point in time, we say the solicitation is live or it's open. One of the important things that happens with virtually every one of our solicitations outside of one that's going to be a cooperative or a piggyback contract, we will generally have a pre-bid meeting. This is an opportunity for the agent to meet with people that have registered to get the solicitation documents. And at that point in time, the agent, as well as our MBE representative, talks about important considerations and information and requirements of the solicitation. It's a way to highlight the most important information so that the people responding to the solicitation know the keys. Very important, though, after that meeting, we go into what is called a cone of silence. And a cone of silence is really, it's a procurement rule that prohibits direct conversations or sending information directly from the agent or really any employee of BCPS, including even the board, with prospective bidders. Because it has to be an open and fair solicitation. You don't want to give one person any more information than another person. So this cone of silence is very important, but we encourage everyone to ask questions, but it's through a very specific process. The question has to be sent in electronically to us, and then it is responded in a very precise manner. It's written, it's published. Everyone that is bidding that gets the bid documents has to respond when they bid that they've received the addendum or addenda if there's multiple, that they recognize additional information has been given that everybody needs to know. So this is where the integrity and preventing undue influence comes in to effect. So a very important part of the solicitation. As we go through the solicitation, then the solicitation due date comes. Once the solicitation due date comes, we have a bid opening. A bid opening sometimes is very quick. It just simply says, we received proposals from this contractor or this company and this company. That's really what the bid opening is. But everybody that submits a response to the solicitation then goes into our first step, which is a preliminary evaluation. This preliminary evaluation means that our agent and our staff check the State Department of Assessments and Taxation to make certain that the company is registered in the state of Maryland, that they're in good standing with SDOT. We make certain that they're not debarred, meaning they're prohibited to do work with us. We check not only within the state, but we also check federally to make certain that that is the case. If it's a construction program, we make certain that they are pre-qualified with Baltimore County Department of Public Works. We also make certain during that period that their submission includes all of the required documents, all of the pieces of the solicitation that we needed from them, including MBE requirements being met. All of those papers have been sent in. That's the end of the preliminary. If somebody submits and does not meet this criteria, they are deemed non-responsive or non-responsible. That means non-responsive means they did not submit all of the paperwork that was required. Non-responsible means they did not meet like the SDAT qualifications. They did not meet the debarment research. So from there, then, we go to a secondary evaluation. That is where possibly an evaluation team comes into play, where they review all of that information that has been given. They work with the agent to make certain that that's done. Sometimes they have to sign non-disclosure forms saying anything that's talked about during that, it can't be spread out and disseminated to other people. But then, based upon that secondary secondary evaluation, we check to make sure that the MBE goals are being met then. It's not just did they file the paperwork, but were they committing to do the proper percentage of MBE participation? And sometimes we even ask then for a best and final offer. If it's depending upon the criteria and there's close, we may go back to multiple of one or two or three of those and ask them for their best and final, or as we call it, a BAFO, to get that best offer. At that point in time, we go to the award stage. Again, based upon the evaluation of all that criteria, we go to an award. And at that point in time, the agent is going to be working on the board exhibits that you all get to look at each month. And these are presented for your approval. After your approval, we go back out, our team goes back out and solicits, or not solicits, but receives or asks to receive any additional documentation. If it's construction, if we have bonds, we're asking for bonds. We're asking for certificates of insurance, that. Then we go to the contract creation and we send the contracts out for execution. Next slide, please.
All right, a solicitation takes anywhere from 3 months up to potentially a year, depending on the complexity of the solicitation and whether a pilot for, particularly when we're talking about materials of instruction, we may wish to pilot those products before, during that solicitation time frame. We may have additional components. We may do a request for information, which might happen before a request for proposal, where we just want to do some market research. We want to see what is available out in the marketplace. So we may do something called a request for information, where we collect all that information and then we can use that data and information to more skillfully craft that request for proposal document. We provide solicitation training, both for internal clients, which would be the offices that we work with, and we also provide training to our suppliers to help them understand how to respond to a solicitation. Many of the small businesses that we work with are not familiar with this process, and they need a little extra hand to make them successful when they respond to solicitations. Again, we have a wonderful website which we update on a regular basis, which contains a lot of information both for the suppliers as well as for the general public.
And we thank you, and we invite any questions that you may have at this time.
Okay, thank you for all that information. Anybody have any questions? Mr. McMillian?
Thank you very much for this.
Certainly.
It might keep me from going down a rabbit hole in the future. It might, but there's no guarantees to that. It seems to me a critical piece of this is crafting the solicitation
Absolutely is.
and the way that it's worded.
Yes, absolutely.
And so, for example, if we were out soliciting companies to do artificial turf, and we're not going to go with a company that's never laid a turf before, we're going to go with a company that has experience laying turf. Agreed to that?
One of the criteria that we always discuss with our using office is what level of experience do they want the award bidder to be able to bring to the table?
And I'll chime in just to add on to that. Some solicitations require references. Some require, as Ms. Webster said, X number of years of experience. Some require, perhaps in this case, it would be experience in public or municipal turf installation. So not just a private installation, but in working with the public, since our requirements as a government entity may be different than a private one.
And one of the things, when we talk about experience, it's not just experience with BCPS. It's experience with doing that type of service or product within the last X number of years. If we're talking about school system experience, it may be a system our size. If we're talking about a construction project, we would want them to have experience with a project of that specific type.
So it's more than just simple math. One
Absolutely.
is lower or higher than the other one.
Absolutely.
Okay. And lastly, I had another question. Somebody else go ahead if they have one.
Ms. Hen, you have a question?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. It's terrific. My question is, when you meet with an office and talk about their requirements and then develop the solicitation, how do you ensure that the requirements aren't so specific that they eliminate potential bidders?
It is a concern that we always have. The example that I gave about the green tractor, that tractor doesn't really need to be green because we all know who makes green tractors. It's making sure that you are as generic as possible. We subscribe to several different tools that our agents can use to research specifications to make sure that we continue to offer as generic as possible the specifications to encourage the most participation from the most number of bidders.
So you're relying on the office then to, I know you said you do training for them and provide them with tools in order to broaden or make sure that the requirements aren't so specific, but does your office also provide that check on the requirements to ensure, obviously they have the product expertise or, the expertise in terms of what it is they're looking for and wouldn't expect your office to know the ins and outs of every product to make that determination. I guess what I'm asking is, what controls are in place to ensure that when the solicitation goes out, it isn't so specific that it eliminates all bidders but one?
The tools that I talked about are actually for the agents. Not
I'm sorry, for the
tools that I talked about are actually for the purchasing agents, not the using office. So our agents are they're looking online. They're looking at other solicitations for that type of service or product to look and see how else was this. Nothing that we do is unique. We are not reinventing the wheel. We're going out and we're looking at other solicitations that were done for that type of service or product to see how they were done. How were they awarded? What is best? One of the tools that we subscribe to tells us what is the best practice when we're looking to award that type of service or product so that our agents can give the best recommendations and make the best decision to ensure that the solicitation is equal for all comers.
So that we're not issuing one that says, I want someone with 15 and a half years experience laying turf.
Exactly.
And I'm
Yes.
being facetious, but you
No,
get my
and
point.
the other check on that is the pre-bid meeting. Suppliers are not shy. They will come and they will tell you, this is specific to this company. you need to change your specifications. And we take those recommendations very, very seriously.
Terrific. Will they do that? Is that the forum where they would raise those concerns in the pre-bid meeting?
They may raise it prior to the pre-bid meeting, just sending us a message through the platform that Rob talked about, saying there's something wrong here. The pre-bid meeting is obviously a forum for them to do that. Many of them are not comfortable because it is a more public forum, so they may choose to reach out to us through our platform where it's a little bit more private.
Sure. And final question on that. How do you handle those types of communications when you receive them?
We're going to investigate them. We're going to take a look at what the language of the solicitation says. We're going to go back to our samples. We're going to talk to each other. We may talk to a neighboring agency that we're comfortable reaching out to and saying, hey, did you run into this? What did you do have you bid this kind of product or service recently? What did you encounter when you did that solicitation?
Once it's out there, do we pull it back? If we determine that there is an issue, is that something that would be closed?
We always have the option to cancel a solicitation. More than likely, we're going to issue an addenda and change the specifications so that they become, if in that situation they needed to become broader, we can remove sections of the specifications, we can remove language in the specifications, we can add other language to the specifications.
Thank you.
Mr. McMillian?
If there's nobody else.
Anybody else? Nope.
In the pre-bid meetings, are those required for all contracts, or is it?
No, they are not required. And as I said, for a cooperative contract, one where we're riding in other agencies, we generally don't, because the solicitation really is already done. At that point in time, a solicitation has been done for goods and services. We are just then piggybacking that contract. But in the vast majority of our other bids, yes, we do have that pre-bid because, as I said, it really is the opportunity for the agent and other people, the user that we're working with, to highlight those important parts of the solicitation. We want you to pay particular attention to this. When you are making your submission, make certain that you submit on the attached Excel spreadsheet. Do not send it in a PDF, because there are reasons why we ask for things in a certain form. So that the pre-bid is important from the standpoint that it often helps a bidder avoid being non-responsive. We're going to make certain they follow the rules by attending the pre-bid meeting. Even if a question is asked regarding the solicitation, the specifications itself, we note during that pre-bid that an answer given in the pre-bid meeting itself is not an official response. The only way, it has to be submitted electronically and addressed through an addendum so that it's official. So even if somebody said, well, Rob, I notice your solicitation says green, and you want a green tractor, you might say, yeah, okay, thank you, the green tractor, yeah, we'll take a look at that, but please ask that question through our online submission, through our electronic submission, so that we make certain that everybody receives that information, including people that weren't participating in the meeting. So it's not required, we encourage it.
And my last question, when you talked about the best offer, at what point, is it because the bids are so close? What creates that best offer to go through the process and do that?
Typically, when we do a best and final offer, we're doing a request for proposal. It may be because there are questions that we would like some clarification We have questions of multiple bidders that came up as we were doing the evaluation. We may go through a best and final for there. It's usually simply a tool to allow the bidder to sharpen their pencil.
Okay, and resubmit a new bid.
They have that option.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Certainly.
Thank you very much for all that information. We use it all the time. We just didn't have the backstory. The next item on the agenda is information, which includes the revised Superintendent's Rule 4007 and an update on key school legislation. The next item on the agenda is board member comments and agenda setting. So if there's anybody that has a comment or an agenda setting item, please let me know. And our last presentation came from a agenda set item that Mr. McMillian had requested. Nobody right now? Okay, you all look a little tired, so just email me any topics that you might think of when you get in your car. The last item on the agenda are announcements. The board's next meeting will be held on Tuesday, March 24th, 2026 at 6:30 p.m. The board will also hold a virtual public hearing on the Central Area Administrative Review Boundary Study on Wednesday, March 25th, 2026 at 6:30 p.m. Speaker sign-up will be through an online registration beginning tomorrow. More information and the link to register can be found on the board's participation by the public page and in board docs under the announcements agenda item. Thank you for joining us tonight. The meeting is now adjourned.